yo que si no, no es lo...
Y yo decía, no, tiene mucha pereza. Y Gracie tenía que llegar a las 4. Ay, perdón.
Good morning. We ask you to please come and be seated so we can start.
This important meeting. And please turn off your phones or put them in silence. Thank you very much.
I repeat, if you can please be seated. And in a few minutes, we will have the presence of the authorities for this Common Market Council meeting. will repeat. If you can please be seated. And in a few minutes, the authorities will enter the meeting so we can start it. Thank you very much. Please be seated. In a few instants, we will have the president here to start this Common Market Council meeting. I repeat, please put your phone in silent or turn it off. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few instants or moments, we will have Mr. President here. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we announce the presence in this meeting of the Common Market Council of the President of Paraguay, Mario Abdo Benitez, special guests, delegates of different countries. Good morning, everyone. If we can please ask the press to take the picture. Thank you very much to the press. Good morning. Welcome, Mr. President of the Republic of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez. Welcome you and your delegation. Mr. President of Uruguay, my dear friend Luis Lacalle Paul, welcome you and your delegation. First Minister of the Republic of Guyana, Mark Anthony Phillips, welcome. Mr. Vice President and Chancellor of the Republic of Colombia, Marta Lucia Ramirez, welcome. Chancellors and representatives of international organizations, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. And on behalf of the Republic of Paraguay, it's an honor to receive you here after 2 years of virtual meetings. Considering the challenges that the pandemic produced, this temporary presidency highlights the efforts to mitigate the economic impact and social impact that the pandemic caused. And I'm grateful to all of you who cooperated because this challenge affects us all in the past 2 years and still not fully gone, but we hope that soon we can just remember this as part of history of humanity, learning and keeping this solidarity that I'm pretty sure each of our societies live in these difficult circumstances. As well, during this temporary presidency, we have shown the commitment to the foundational values of the Mercosur, like democracy, respect to the rule of law, respect to human rights, integration, and the openness to the world. Today, we will start presenting the report by the Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Julio Arrola, as a coordinator of the Common Market Council. He will provide a report of all the activities that were performed during the past semester. Now, the Chancellor from Paraguay will have the mic. Thank you very much, Mr. President, state parties, and partner countries, my colleagues from the Common Market, dear ministers, ambassadors, special guests. During this semester, the temporary presidency of Paraguay had a very full agenda. We had more than 200 meetings, technical and decision making. We had hybrid type of meetings, virtual and in person. We established 200 regulations and prioritized issues inside the agenda in order to go into the modernization of the bloc. We reaffirm our commitment with the integration of the common market. We prioritize the recovery in the context of the pandemic when it comes to economy and social and other effects from the global economy. From this semester, first, we agree on a reduction of the 10% of the common external tariff after long meetings and negotiations. This has been a big step to update this key policy of international commerce. We also create a new or update the regime of origin that now is aligned with the other external organizations, and we have the will to keep progressing on this. From the initiative of this presidency, we started to coordinating the policies in a macroeconomic level, and we will continue these conversations. We have agreements between Mercosur and Fonplata for the management of the fossil funds and other projects, ongoing projects. We have the administration of the FOSEN meeting when it comes to infrastructure. We created the work group number 14 that will improve the connectivity and promote the production and the logistics in the area. We also work in a center of arbitration and mediation that will be a very useful tool to resolve any conflict among the parties. We also update the protocol for resolution of controversies that will help us with any controversy inside the bloc. In the citizenship in Mercosur, we start conversations among the different bodies so we can identify joint work to do together. We also did the enterprises meeting for the Mercosur services based on knowledge, pharmaceuticals area, and agro-food. We also presented two seminars, one for public contracts and another about sustainable production. When it comes to the relationship or international relationships, what we have done is to update the regime of origin with Chile and number 72 with Colombia. We finished the protocol of regime to resolution of controversies. And when it comes to VR, we started work in a technical level to promote investment and trading and production. When it comes to the extra-regional work, we are trying and negotiating still the sign of the agreement with the European Union. With Indonesia, we started the works for a new trading agreement. Those that are ongoing, we have one with the customs in South Africa, and we have a list of experts and the agreement. When it comes to Mercosur and Singapore, in this semester we have 3 rounds of negotiations that allowed to finish the negotiations with the Southeast of Asia. And we also have specialized meetings when it comes to the political and consultation forum where they review all the activities. The agenda was focused on economic recovery and social as well, and the transportation of people across the borders. The FCCC Park created a webinar and a workshop on violence against women and health, and also policies, innovations, and social protection after the pandemic or post-pandemic. We also presented the protocol for measures that will help women that are victims of gender violence, which is a priority in our region. This is a big achievement that will have a very positive result or impact on women and girls. And lastly, in this semester, we reiterated the importance of go into the second phase of the FOSEN, and this requires the acceptance of the decision of CMC for all the state parties. This is my report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chancellor. Following, we will start the interventions of the presidents and chief or heads of the delegations. I will start. Mr. President of the Argentinian Republic, President of Uruguay, Chancellor from Brazil, Chancellor from Bolivia, Vice President and Chancellor of Colombia, First Minister of Guyana, ministers of the different state parties and partner countries, heads of delegations, and special guests. Once again, I repeat my honor and my delightful to have you here in Paraguay in this dialogue that shows that the integration of our countries it's a need and not just a principle declaration. In the different challenges that we have in the future, the world economy requires the consolidation of spaces such as the Mercosur and others that will help us to align our interests looking for prosperity, having as a base the democratic conscience. The critical context in the world requires to put our focus and energy in joint works that will allow us to satisfy the needs of our people. Looking back, during this period in which the pro-tempore presidency was on Paraguay, can allow us to highlight certain results through which we can see a promising future where integration and commercial complementation will mark our actions. Among the achievements that the Chancellor already mentioned, we can highlight without any doubt the negotiations of a very ambitious trading agreement with Singapore that we hope it's in force soon, because this is important of food will open a huge platform for our producers. The current flux of money is of $7 billion, so we can see that the investment and the trade will increase. This is just one example. This is the path in which Paraguay believe we must follow so the bloc can be international. The agreements that we can do for trading, negotiating individually with different economies, we will have to evaluate how each of the state parties will be affected. we had to go forward with the consolidation on our agreement with Singapore. I think that's the best process to consolidate all of the other integration processes of the bloc. Paraguay, considering that Paraguay doesn't have a sea coast, it's working in the development of the bioceanic corridor. So the connection between the Atlantic and the Pacific can unite. Today, the bioceanic corridor has a huge progress. We want to report in this forum that is the work of regional connection, the biggest one at the moment, that will unite the ocean, Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific Ocean, and it will be benefit for all the countries in the south, and is for interested for the whole region. It's an interest for Brazil to increase the competitiveness for the markets of the Pacific. It's also of interest of Paraguay because the regional integration will go through the heart of the Chaco area. Is of interest for Argentina because part of this road of bioceanic corridor will go through the regions near the Chaco. We cannot exclude Bolivia, that it's increasing their production so they can connect to the corridor in without considering the future investment on trains and train trails. Also, this affects Chile because through this bioceanic corridor, they will be filled with products in their ports, Antofagasta, Mejillones ports. So all the region through the Chile ports, and so all the other countries are affected in this way. A few days ago, I was reading The Economist, a very prestigious magazine that makes an analysis of the economic impact in the region, and they were mentioning the bioceanic corridor, something similar to the Panama Channel for Central America. Today, we have the advance of this work in a 50%. The other 50% we will be signing the contracts in the following months. The bridge that on the Paraguay River has started already, and this bioceanic corridor will be a reality in a few years. So the region can have a work that will actually show the impact of the joint effort of all the nations when it comes to an integration process that will benefit all of our peoples. We also started talking again with the European Union to sign the bi-regional agreement, an issue that will be available or feasible if we put the efforts from both parties. Mercosur, sustainable producer and reliable producer, taking care of all natural resources, have to be as a strong actor for the food security, and we see the potential that the Mercosur has here and all the state parties. It is a common market of 250 million of inhabitants of people, and we produce food for 1,500 millions of people. And last is a strategy over the potential that our region has when it comes to the rest of the world, when it comes to consumption and production of the food that the world will require. Safety and security is a big incentive, so we will want to contribute and cooperate. Without security, it is not possible to have a sustainable development or inclusive as well. So we are committed in the fight against the transnational organized crime that has to be fought with all of our public forces. This will generate trust and addition to the rule of law. I also want to strengthen and wishing the all success to Uruguay that it's going to be taking the pro tempore presidency. You have the support of Paraguay for all your work, and also I would like to give thanks through the vice president to the Colombian government. A week ago, Paraguay went through a tragic, very tragic moment where a prosecutor, Paraguayan prosecutor, was murdered in Colombia. This is a prosecutor that through his whole life has shown a huge commitment in the fight against organized crime. Today, thanks to the cooperation, we have given the first step through joint work among the Paraguayan police, prosecutors, and also from Colombia. We have already detained uh, the, the authors of this crime. So I thank you very much to the President Dunque and Colombia for such a fast and quick cooperation with Paraguay. So this that has shown us, and unfortunately we are known for the organized crime. May this be of may this be the motivation to keep fighting and cooperating among our intelligence and security bodies so we can fight in a more effective way against the organized crime and terrorism and other scourges that are threatening our democracies. I would like to thank all the participants for being here with us, and I will like to pass the microphone to the President of Argentina, my dear friend Alberto Fernandez. Thank you, President. Thank you very much, dear friend and President Mario Abdo. Thank you for the effort. You did a good job in a very difficult time for the world and the Mercosur. Congratulations and my gratitude. I don't want to read a speech, but I think that this moment it's important so we can all reflect and think about the challenges that we have ahead as a Latin American countries that we are and a part of the Mercosur that we are. Those who are members, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, uh, countries in process of ascension like Bolivia, those who are participating in our meetings, Ecuador, Colombia, you are always welcome. The time that you have to be in the presidency is a very difficult time in the world. If they tell me choose 4 years to govern, which 4 years will be? And they will say any, but these 4 years that we just had. And unfortunately, that's the product of what the world have lived, and that we not all maybe not be aware of the dimension of the problem. Um, the situation of Argentina right now, economically speaking. But the first day that I started as a president, I found myself in a pandemic that affected the whole world. Many of our countries had their health system disarmed, and they had to do the same effort to rebuild their health systems to face this pandemic and what it was generating. I used to talk to my friends Pedro Sanchez and Crony, what are you doing in Europe? And the only recommendation that they gave me is isolate people so we can avoid to pass the virus. And it was very disappointing to tell our people there's nothing worse to tell our people to stay at home. The pandemic for a year, the commerce of the trading in the whole world stopped, and we all suffered this. Some more, some less, but nobody was unaffected. And we started to recover next year. Some recover faster, some lesser, oh, slower. But we started the recovery, and when the recovery started, and started to think like it was sustainable, war in the North Hemisphere started that have the consequences of the times that we are living. You know what has changed since Mercosur has changed in the year 89, if I'm not wrong? What changes the most is that those days globalization was just starting, and you don't really understand very well what globalization meant. But today it's at its fullest, and what happens everywhere, anywhere in the world, has an effect in all the regions of the rest of the world. If something has flu in Moscow and Argentina has a cold, I have been part of several summits like the G20 in Rome. I was in the G7 in Munich. I participated of the BRICS virtual summit. We all have a common view that talks about the complexity that the world is living, the how huge it is. A world that has a war due to the invasion from Russia to Ukraine, Europe that it's in the middle, the US from the NATO trying to sustain the war like Russia is doing it, Ukraine suffering, and the world in hunger. Because when Russia and Ukraine started this war, the markets with millions of tons of cereals and seeds, 75% of the oil that is consumed in Europe and that comes from Europe disappeared. And the hunger is starting to go after the whole world. And with the G7, because I went there, because I asked Macron and Scholz to allow me in this discussion, where are we from the South discussing? We are the main victims. And they have the generosity to invite the president from the African Union, to invite the president of India, the first minister of India, the president of Indonesia, and me as the president of CELAC. And you have to hear this world. You have to hear Europe to say that they don't have energy. You have to hear Europe saying that their inflations go to 500%, or the U.S. 80%, 800%. We had to listen to the workers saying that their salaries are deteriorating because they are not growing at the same pace or phase as the inflation. This should be important when we're all talking about the environment and the green. You know why I'm saying this? Because we had to realize about the world that we are living on. If you're not aware of it, you're gonna be wrong. The FAO announced a few months ago that as a consequence of this conflict, the world will face a hunger that will affect 300 millions of the world. Where are those 300 millions of the world? In the South Hemisphere. We live in Latin America. In front of this reality, we have to react some way. We have to see how can we protect ourselves. We have to see how can we guarantee that that doesn't happen to us. We have the luck that our area is a peace zone, and we had to celebrate this. We be in so continent, but it's no harm for war, and that's a great advantage in these times that we're living. But the northwards, they have bullets, and here we have hunger, and we cannot keep allowing this. Everyone part of this continent want peace. I've never heard a Latin American country promote the the conflict that geographically is among Russia and Ukraine. We all want peace, but we also want a more just continent. It's a continent that we want a continent that can interact with another intelligence, so we can talk more and have and make joint decisions, because the world that it's coming to us is the region, the world of regions, not of countries, and we had to be stronger in our region. We had to make the Mercosur strong, because while we're speaking about all of these, the climate change is still happening, and the charcoal is being burned because they don't have clean energy, and the environment contamination increase because they again don't have green energy. And who suffer this? Central American countries? Which areas? The areas that used to be fertile now are completely lost for production. Who suffer is the Caribbean. See how the sea increase and the islands are becoming smaller. They are the victims of these times. In this reality, I was able to listen from the developed world two concerns. The two concerns is, where are we gonna get food? Where are we gonna get energy? Look, Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, and Argentina. We are huge producers of food. We have an incredible opportunity ahead, to give help to the world that is going to face hunger. It's a unique opportunity if we can agree to take on this opportunity. It's unique. And also, we have the moral imperative to agree to produce the food that the rest of the world needs. It's awful what Africa is going through. I heard the president of Senegal speaking about this. It makes it cause me it makes me feel horrible. We all know what the continent of Africa is suffering. They have petroleum, and other people are being rich, and it's not the Africans. They have gas that can help Europe, so Europe can use it, but the Africans are not gonna have profit from this. I heard the president from Senegal saying that the biggest problem that Africa has today is electricity, the lack of electricity to be able to develop. And this left me perplexed. He told that one day the electricity in Africa, the consumption of electricity in Africa is in one day is less than the consumption in just Manhattan in this very same day. You want to see where the inequality in the world is? There it is. There it is. For how long are we going to be suffering this? It is up to us to say no more. Because besides being huge food producers, we can be energy providers because they need gas, because the hydrocarbons carbons are lacking, because all the prices are better. But what is going on with us? It happens that between Bolivia, Chile, they should be around here. They're here. My dear Chancellor from Chile, between Bolivia and Chile and Argentina, we have huge reserves of lithium in the world. What will happen if we agree, work jointly in lithium so we can produce and provide this lithium to the world because they need it and they're demanding it? We have in Chile and Argentina, and Uruguay also has it, the possibility to create green hydrogen. Why don't we agree and see how we can put all this effort together and sell this green hydrogen to Europe? We have a project in the Patagonia of 8.800 million of dollars. That's started already. The second reserve of gas, non-conventional gas, that allow us to export gas in huge amounts. Why don't we work together? Why don't we put those projects in? Don't make those projects a Mercosur project so we can all win? Because Argentina has gas, and maybe some of you can help us in something that has to do with the financing, and you can participate in these projects and be part of owners of these projects as well. Today, Argentina, that has excellent gas, has signed a contract with Chile to provide the gas. So we can do it. We are in a continent that has what the world is looking for tomorrow. And if we don't realize that we have to be more united than ever, we're going to make the worst mistake. The worst mistake. This means that we don't have to argue or discuss some problems that Paraguay and Uruguay are worried has to do with the asymmetries between Paraguay, Uruguay, and asymmetries that they have among Brazil and Argentina. We have to solve it. We have to solve it. Because of this, I propose why don't we do a joint project with Argentina where all of you will win? And I will ask Brazil, why don't you join too? Because you're gonna benefit because that gas is gonna arrive to you as natural gas through our tubes that we are creating. Why don't we do a joint effort to sell food, to sell energy to the world? Why don't we do this? And in this way, we can eliminate the asymmetries that exist today. Because a society in which one is earning a lot and the other loses is not a society or it's not a common market. And in this scenario that is so difficult, the only thing that I ask everybody is like, let's not think about separate. Let's not look for individual solutions. Let's not think about I can have my own project that will affect me only. Because everything is short or short term. I don't going to say no to any analysis that we have to do. Although what Lacalle, president of Uruguay, says, which is the globalization of the Mercosur, because I'm seeing that the world is changes, and in that change, we are working on the edge, and I don't want any of us fall from that edge. What I want is that we all work together through this hard time, and that we all together can overcome it, and that tomorrow, because tomorrow is always better, we can start building it today. We can build it in unity. We can build it with good logic. We can all be part of what the other is doing. Let's do this way. Let's do this doing no let's do this knowing that we are in a continent where democracy works. It is convulsing. Argentina is economically convulsing. Chile is convulsing with a constitution reform. Colombia has just went through an election time. Bolivia is following the development. In Brazil, is starting an election process. Why don't we focus now in how can we put our efforts together in a world that is at work that we don't know when this is going to end, and we don't know how much poverty or hunger or misery is gonna bring this war to the world. Why don't we unite our efforts so it can be less painful? Why don't we work on this? And just as we did with Singapore, it was possible. If there is the possibility to think in China may have an agreement with the Mercosur, why don't we do it together? Why don't we see the feasibility of this together? Because it will be more important, the agreement of 200 millions of inhabitants that Brazil have, the agreement will be stronger. And let's also think about among the four of us, we have a country that has another commercial relation with China. Why don't we think about us, what we are, a unique space? Why don't we start over again? I will honestly say I know, and all of you, to govern in the worst time of world history, the worst moment in humanity. But I don't want it to be not worthy. I want it to be worth for something, at least to understand that we had to be together, that we had to be more united than ever, that together we're stronger, that we are a continent that are giving lessons to the rest of the world when it comes to institutions of human rights, on respect of the diversity and gender, in respecting the human rights. Why don't we use all of this potential to start writing a different history? Why don't we start founding another Mercosur that will allow us to work together, where we can use our capabilities so we all be more capable? I invite you to start thinking about this before other newspapers were saying when Luis talked about the idea of China, the Mercosur is dying. The Mercosur shall live many years. It shall live always. And Latin American and the Caribbean should be united once and for all because the geopolitical world has changed. If we don't understand, if we think that each one of us can save themselves by itself, you have not learned the Pope teaching. Nobody is going to save themselves. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, President. I want to, with the permission of President Lacalle, and as a request of the Bolsonaro, President Bolsonaro, I would like to pass a message from the President of Bolsonaro. Presidente Mario Aldo Benitez. For the organization of this summit, the world is living a very challenging world, which forces to put together our efforts that will help us with the improve the quality of life of our people. We have to ensure fertilizers for the agriculture and for the food of the whole of the world. We are also working to fight the prices of the fuels, of gas, and energy to help with the acquisitive power of the Brazilian people. We're going to give emergency services to the families that are more vulnerable. From the beginning of the pandemic, we have worked to guarantee food on the table and the dignities of the families. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Brazil wants that the Mercosur can face the external shocks. That's why we reduce the common external tariff that will give a huge comeback to the inflation. We also have priorities to all negotiations to the commercial partners on the Mercosur. We need more trading and investment. That's why we're also working on this semester to finish some modern agreement with Singapore. During the temporary presidency of Paraguay, we also promoted the digital agenda, the integration of the health and pharmaceutical sectors, also the physical infrastructure and this the agro industry, sustainable agro industry. These are key to face the global challenges of today and be ready for the future. Our region has the priority. We need to continue and expand or trading and investment in Latin America and the Caribbean. We should strengthen the value chain and reduce all vulnerability in regards to the international crisis. This goes along with the negotiations with our partners of the region and outside of the region. With these advances, we will be able to face the challenges, current challenges, and future. Finally, we are to thank Paraguay for the excellent work in the last semester and wish Uruguay a lot of success in the exercise of the presidency, but up till the end of the year. You still have the support of Brazil, so Mercosur can face the challenges and for the prosperity of our people. Thank you very much. Following the president of Uruguay has the microphone, Mr. Lacalle Pou. Thank you, President. I hello to all the delegations. It's a pleasure to be in the Guarani land in Asunción, mother of cities. My gratitude to you and all your team for the hospitality that we feel like home. My gratitude for the work that you have done through the last 6 months. And how important is this summit to be able to see our faces, to handshake, to see ourselves in the eye? It's nicer and easier to relate and be to understand each other because each one of you love your country with your own problems, uncertainties, and challenges. And of course, with priorities and tools that we believe are virtue. And one of those elements is being part of this block and with the same spirit that we have when it was founded. And that's why we always have this positive attitude, positive and constructive. And that's why it's important to be honest. And I'm very happy that the things are being said the way they should be said, because otherwise we don't talk about what is really an issue or the maturity of the relationships among the nations, among the states, and the capacity to solve these issues. For that, we have to be honest, we have to understand, and we have to be understood as well. Of course, always within the parameters that we have self-imposed as an organization. The Paraguayan Chancellor was speaking about the common agenda. We celebrate the agreement with Singapore. It generates a bit of anxiety and uncertainty, the lack of progress with the European Union, a natural partner, historical, and for the future for this bloc. We celebrate the bilateral agenda among the member states with Argentina. The monitoring and care of our water resources, the dream of the bridge Montecaseros that we hope we can progress through international bodies, financing bodies, international. Energy sales to Argentina and with Brazil just recently, a few days ago, we were signing bilateral agreements about the border. We go along with the common external tariff that was proposed by Brazil. We are going forward in a work that has to do with the navigability of the lakes. That is a work that is completely finished in the Brazilian area, but it will be very useful for our country as well. And we have the energy interconnection, and we have exported to Brazil in a very important amount. With Paraguay, recently we were visiting. We have, geopolitically speaking, some topics that complement us. Uruguay has the dream of Paraguay of having a coast to the sea, and we have dialogue this with the president, with other officers of the government, and also business representative of both countries. And then we have the negotiation, bilateral negotiation issue. We have the tran- we have the trust of doing these forums and then one-to-one visits where you have the time to dialogue and not have this pressure of the public exposition. Everybody knows about how Uruguay feels and how do we think we should go. I want to use the words of the Brazilian chancellor about modernization and flexibilization. Is there where Uruguay is reinforcing, of course, with all the other circumstances, but this is the need that we want the bloc to understand. It is clear, as the President Alberto Fernandez said, the we have a we are stronger with the Mercosur, of course, because we were mentioning all the all the goods that we have in an uncertainty that we see in the world that has to do with food and energy. Uruguay recently just finished the bilateral study for the feasibility so we can start a free trade agreement with China. And we're gonna start soon. Briefly, our teams will join to start negotiating the free trade agreement. And of course, once we go over that stage, the first thing that we pretend to do is to talk with the Mercosur parties. That means all of us go. Well, Uruguay is not going to do because we have the collective interest, because this is not an initiative of this government, it's the initiative of 2, 3 governments or administrations back in time. This is a national feeling. It's not a coalition or administration feeling. We want to progress in this sense, and if we can with the state parties, even better. So once we finish this stage, we will talk to the state parties, and they will ask you to join us and create a bigger bloc with more negotiation. Otherwise, Uruguay will still go forward because it won't break our organization. President Fernandez was saying the news 12 years they were saying the Mercosur is over, but we're still here, and there will be another Paraguayan and Argentinian and Brazilian and Uruguayan president, and the Mercosur will still be there. If we understand each other, if we take care of each other, and we understand each other, and that's what Uruguay is saying today. We have to understand each other among countries, but we ask the understanding in this case. And also, We will go also with other countries and other blocs. We have an agenda to negotiate with other blocs and other countries. And for now, I want to tell to my colleagues from the Mercosur, we will immediately inform as soon as we decide to go forward. As we did with China, we will do so with other countries and regions. So for us, it's always a pleasure to be here, to see your eyes, to see you in the eyes, a handshake, ask about our people or countries, collaborate in whatever we can, to accept a collaboration with humility, and if we need it. I was thinking about what President Fernandez said. He repeated this a couple of times, which is the concept of protect ourselves. In the end, the president is like the father of a big family and have to create protection. This is what is this about. And I have no doubt that the best way to protect each other or the best way to protect my country, my nation, my people is opening myself to the world. And hence the steps that Uruguay are taking or is taking and is asking to be understood by the Mercosur. So thank you very much. Thank you, dear President. Since the President Lacalle already mentioned bilateral topics, I will pass the microphone to the Foreign Affairs of Bolivia, Foreign Affairs Minister of Bolivia. Dear Minister, thank you, and President Arce, because after 12 years, we have again opened the transport of passengers in the border that will benefit and promote or both people when it comes to connectivity and tourism. So thank you very much for this help, and now the mic is yours. Thank you. Thank you, President. President, chancellors, ambassadors, and representatives of international organizations. I, on behalf of my president, we send a warm um, salute. We appreciate the hospitality of the government of the Paraguayan people for organizing this summit. The humanity is going through a deep crisis. With a lot of concern, we are seeing that after the pandemic, almost half of the world is in a poverty situation, and while the World Bank is promoting the inequality in 2 points, this is affecting the most vulnerable people with poverty and hunger. In this context, these countries from the south have to be protagonists. Mercosur is one of the main providers of food in the world. We represent the 45% of all the export of corn and 76% of soy in the world. This is why we value this summit with all the members, and we are sure that the best tool to face these global problems is the integration in a region. Despite the economic uncertainty, in the case of Bolivia, we have an inflation that goes to 1% this past June. This is thanks to economic reactivation policies and limiting the speculation of price, the trust of the people from Bolivia and and to strengthen of currency and other economic measures. Bolivia bet and still betting on integration. The main market for Bolivia is this region. The 78% of all the products that are not traditional that we export have as a destination countries of the Aladi, and the 55% that we import comes from these countries. Due to the crisis, we have increased our exports. We have beat our own record of exports from 2014, but this time 51% of these exports are part of manufacture with a commercial superavit of 36% of the GDP. We are deepening the economic reactivation with a huge challenge of achieving the industrialization of our natural resources. This is why, under the lack of fertilizers, Bolivia is working to provide this to the region. We have the for our plant of ammoniac, and by the end of December we can increase and produce say 600,000 tons, and we can export this. And in order to close the cycle of the main fertilizers for agricultural production, from 2023 we will have the NPK, nitrogen, potassium, and potassium when will we start working. These investments have as a goal to provide to the region. We are convinced that we need to have a better integration to consolidate the tool to strengthen the logistic and the competitiveness of the region. This is why we celebrate and we appreciate the participation of the countries of the meeting of ministers of public works that allow us to talk about the rail trail road, and so we can start again these works and provide to the region this rail trade so we can make our competitiveness better and connect the oceans. We are one of the most important producers of food in the world, and we have the biggest sweet water reserve in the world. We had to deepen the integration. That's why we ratified the will of Bolivia to be part of the common market of the South, or Mercosur, as a state party, because the best way to face the international market is to be part, and we are sure that the integration of Bolivia to the bloc will improve the capabilities of all of economies and our peoples. We commend the Mercosur for the progress that they experienced under the pro tempore presidency of Paraguay, and we wish the biggest success to the presidency of Uruguay. You have all support of Bolivia and all the tasks that you will be facing this semester. Thank you very much. Following the Vice President and Chancellor of Colombia, Marta Lucia has the mic. Thank you. Hello to everyone who are here, especially our host, President of Paraguay. It's a pleasure to be here in your country to reiterate our friendship and also the determination to work together for better integration of Latin America that can become concrete actions to create more economic development and employments that be will give response to the needs of our people. Uh, my all the presidents here. It's a pleasure to have you here and meet you here. The president of Guyana and the foreign minister. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to share again with you, and also all the Minister of Foreign Affairs and colleagues that are here from Brazil, from Bolivia, from Chile, from Ecuador, and all the different peoples and dignitaries, and my dear friend Arriola. I would like to give you a warm hello because this is the last time that our government is participating in this scenario in the Common Market Council meeting. We are doing it as partner countries. I understand that this is not only a meeting for the state parties of funding members. There are some of us that are partner countries, and that's why we are here. We are seeing what are the possibilities so we can support so the integration of Latin America can pass rhetoric and we can have a more pragmatic integration that's talking about common external tariff that we know it didn't work here or in the Comunidad Andina, and with all the free trade agreements that you have negotiated or have it in the future, that La Calle will be presenting. We want to prioritize clear signs for the private sector. We have to have better conditions for investments so we can have one national and international, because we have a lot of natural resources. We have extraordinary human resources, but we don't have all the conditions to be able to be important protagonists in the world economy as Latin America should be. We have 8% of the world population, and we just represent 5% of the world trading. And when we see the diagnosis that we have on the region, we are asking ourselves what would the agenda should be so we can achieve and give Latin America more protagonism. This agenda is developed in the report that the Chancellor of Paraguay gave us, but it's not only those 250 meetings enough to achieve clarification for the private sector to know where the opportunities are so they can take advantage of these resources, considering the high quality of natural resources as well. It's important to have a more detailed work with technical groups that they can meet in a permanent way to identify what are the value chains of production that we can develop here in South America, including the Caribbean and Central America, and how can we be competitive producers in food in an international level, because that could be the answer for food security that the world is looking for. But also a lot of industry, many has to do with aluminum and other products that come from the natural resources that we can develop, some production chains. We have an agenda, for example, so we can have development and research. So we don't have to be the last when it comes to vaccine, like we have suffered with the COVID pandemic. So we can be ahead when it comes to to producing health or medical supplies and other type of supplies to face any threat from the future, because there is three shocks that we are living in our country and all over the world are shocks that has gone or disappeared yet. The shock of the COVID-19 pandemic hasn't stopped yet. The climate change shock that every day is producing more destruction or death and instability in production, and also the shock of inflation when it comes to the prices of the commodities, of energy, food commodities as well. All of this will create consequences for many years in our countries, and i- we had to anticipate what other type of production can we develop to counteract this price inflation. How can we increase the food production? How can we increase the industries and depend less from other regions of the world when the logistic change will be keep being affected for a long time? So I think this way we will be able to give some signs of stability to our citizens, because what we're seeing today is that beyond this context, what should concern us to all state people and democracy and our presented democracy and the ministers and vice presidents that want success for the new government. In the case of Colombia, we need to think about the stability of the institution, the democracy, the guarantee of freedom. This is the real concern that we have also should look at and solve the growth problem, integration problem among of the generation of value change with all that we are producing in grains in Argentina, and we can process them in Peru or Ecuador, Colombia, because Bolivia is talking about as well about the urea and other agrochemicals in the territory of Bolivia. We should take advantage of this so we can be a huge potency that not only will have an interregional important market, but with the capacity to export to the world. We have barely have a 14% of international market when we know that the European Union have a 60% and the Southeast of Asia 50%. We are not connected among ourselves because we talk a lot and we have more diagnosis about integration that are real clarity about the importance of making decisions that will make the private sector or to align the private sector. And there is also a very important paper for the multilateral representatives. We have the CAF and the IDB here. It's very important the sign that our countries are given to these organizations in the sense of providing a long-term funds for to have better production and the infrastructure for the logistic that we need. We have to think big when it comes to infrastructure because we need it. How can we reduce costs in the logistic for the commerce between South America and Latin America in general? We have a cost that is 3 times bigger than the intra-regional European region has to pay. We have to define what are the which are the ports, the trail roads, the roads that can allow us to to integrate. So we need these organizations to give us financing in a long term. They can bring some alliances of public and private sector among the countries, and why now those that are from the Asia or Europe, so they can invest in this infrastructure here in the Latin America, so we can achieve this integration. we had to have actions that are more concrete because it's in that manner that Latin America will have a stable growth and permanent that will generate employment. The president of Colombia during all this process of the economy reactivation has been working hand by hand with all the companies and enterprises of Colombia. And we are very proud that at 10% of the GDP was increased last year. In the month of May, the statistics says that we grow in a 16.5%. It's probably that Colombia is going to grow 6.5% in the GDP, and all this growth has to be translated in employment and income, stable income for our citizens. Otherwise, we're just talking about macroeconomics and not a real impact on the citizens. This is why I mentioned this concern about about how we about the conditions so women can also have access to the labor market. I want to emphasize that we cannot talk about economic growth or a reactivation of the economy of Latin America if there's no clear decision to generate for the governments to generate more participation of women in the labor market, but also in the enterprise development. We are very proud because a lot of this economic reactivation has to do with women. We created some incentives for the new employments that were generated for women, and this incentive has to do with giving back 50% of the salary, minimum wage salary, if they are new employees, and this allows the private sector to hire women. We have also created specific tools to have more entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, real companies, women companies that can be profitable and sustainable, that has important market space, and we created a women fund that is called Mujer Emprende. They finance women and it can give equity in women's companies. And we stimulate that also the government purchase or procurement can include women. And we have a lot of experiences to share on this regard, but above all, actions and commitments that our countries can join because the speech is not very important, but the measures, concrete measures are so we can include women in the labor market because women in these Latin American countries, without women, you're not going to achieve the growth. We're going to stay with a mediocre growth percentage we have characterized our region in the last decades. And due to this mediocrity in the growth, we have a Latin America that it's every time more irrelevant. A Latin America that it's less influence and less of a protagonist in international commerce. And that's why we have people that are more unsatisfied with the governments and with the democracy. It's very worrisome to see what's going to happen in the Latin barometer, which is our reference, is showing us the only country where the level of satisfaction is positive when it comes to the democracy is yours, President Lacalle. 68% of Uruguayan citizens are satisfied with the quality of the democracy. The rest of our countries are not showing an index that are proper. We have between 15 to 22% of satisfaction with the democracy in most of the countries that are here. We obviously know there are countries that they don't have a democracy, and we had to talk about this because when we're speaking about integration, we know that this needs trust, rules that are stable, and so the citizens know that there is a future in a short or medium and long term. So the trust from the citizen is key. So we can have the guarantee of the democracy, of the freedom. If we don't have that guarantee and we don't have the trust, then the perspectives for Latin America could be very worrisome. So we have the obligation, the ethic obligation, as the Argentinian president was said, to give a future of certainty, of development, a future of opportunities, a future of inclusion to all the citizens of Latin America. And it's truly worrisome that we have the time passing and passing in theory instead of yeah, applying measures that will allow finally the integration and the development of global change and this capacity to be the biggest providers of markets like the United States. All of this logistic change problem due to COVID is generating this huge inflation in the US. And what have we done in 2 years to be the providers of the US? Nothing. We're just theorized about the opportunities, but nothing is concrete to make them a reality. So by the hand of the government and trusting the stability of the rules, then maybe the private sector can do those investments that will allow us to become those providers of those markets. I think that we have to stimulate also the investigation and or research and development and share the capabilities that we have in education. We have in Latin America that only 52% of the young people are joining the universities. What are we doing beyond the common external tariff? Maybe a project where all the public universities can share their curriculum through internet. The only positive that has happened in the past 2 years in the history of humanity is this rapid transition to digitalization. And in digitalization, we have the capacity to answer the the education, but the political decisions hasn't seen this. Had to allow that the public universities of countries can share all the majors, especially the ones that can be taken digitally, like math, economy, engineering. They can all have a digital virtual class and have young people that are professional and that can tomorrow be in the transition of into Latin America that is more competitive, more developed, and more. It's more of a protagonist in the international market. We are not taking advantage of this community. Yes, we have the same language. We have a few, of course, Suriname and the Caribbean and Brazil, but we know the effort that Brazil is doing, the mix of the Spanish and Portuguese, it worked as well. But we have the same language, and we have not taken advantage of this to be able to achieve the very condition of development for Latin America. Climate change is also giving us the opportunity to integrate. We don't have a tariff for no renewable energy. Why don't we create projects for a hub in order to produce no renewable energy and export it in the world, Asia, or maybe or green hydrogen, where Colombia is progressing very fast. Also, the the wind energy, we have increased 100 times the production in renewable energy and now conventional in less than 3 years. This gives us the certainty and how can we influence more in international market. And because of that, I think that we all have to go forward, whether it is the Mercosur with the four countries or with the partner countries or we're invited uh, in this integration process. And be able to define which are the best ways to integrate effectively. Every time we have a meeting, we have so many tools, so many mechanisms, and in the end of the day, so many ideas, but not very clear which is the path in order of the vehicle to be able to strengthen this integration of the chain value, the development of services that has a huge value in the international market in Latin America. United can produce in a huge scale and great conditions of competitiveness. This I repeat this we have to be aware that the only thing that is going to be positive signs for the investment and stability so we can achieve the trust of our citizens is to know that in our meetings we are speaking about democracy, we are asking for democracy, all the work is committed to along with democracy, the guarantee of having different political parties that can compete for the election. That is also a guarantee that that will be under the democracy and that the government will be a democracy and it will be completely transparent to the citizens and will guarantee this transparency, which is the best key to be able to end corruption. That is also take stealing all of the trust from our citizens. So with Latin America, that it's more competitive, more productive, and it's more integrated, is how we will be able to respond to the ethical commitment to work today and tomorrow and always to guarantee a future of freedom and progress for all the citizens. Because it doesn't matter who's sitting in the presidential palace one day or the other. What's important is the institutions that can guarantee the continuity of a development project that every time should include more of the citizens and that can give a guarantee of the full exercise of freedom. Thank you, President, for this opportunity that Colombia, as a partner country of the Mercosur, is using. Thank you very much. Thank you. Following the microphone is for the First Minister of Guyana, Mark Anthony Philip.
His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay, Excellencies, heads of state and government, and other heads of delegation, distinguished ministers, heads of organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to address this gathering of Mercosur heads for the first time. Let me begin by conveying the sincere regrets of His Excellency, President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, who is unable to be here on this occasion. Allow me also to express to Your Excellency, President Abdo Benitez, my gratitude to you and to the government and people of the Republic of Paraguay for the warm welcome and kind courtesies extended to my delegation. Excellencies, we live in times that require bold, creative, and innovative actions. Our shared continental aspirations to greater integration, enduring peace, and sustainable development face daunting challenges. However, with the right approaches and strategies, these challenges can and will be overcome. If we have learned nothing else from the present and persistent pandemic, it is that our region must strive to forge closer relations and to build a stronger, more dynamic, more sustainable, and a safer and more secure South America. This means maintaining our region as a zone of peace, where the values of freedom, democracy, respect for human rights, the rule of law, and justice are prized, as are the tenets of international law, non-interference in internal affairs of states, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. It also entails addressing issues of structural inequality and the gaps within and among our countries, and pursuing a truly transformative development agenda for our region. Excellencies, Mercosur, now into its 32nd year, is an example of the resilience of which our people and our region are capable. Despite past and present challenges, it has demonstrated the value and efficacy of regional integration. The phenomenal increase in trade within the bloc is but one indicator of what is possible. Guyana stands firmly committed to the integration of South America and to strengthening relations with our continental neighbors. As an emerging oil and gas producer, we are poised in concert with neighbors such as Brazil and Suriname to contribute to the regional quest for energy security and to the creation of new growth and development corridors. We are also committed to infrastructural and digital connectivity that will boost trade, investment, and people-to-people exchanges between and among our countries. The government of Guyana has accorded the highest priority to the development of the agro-industrial sector and the achievement of food security. In this accord, Guyana has the honor to lead the effort of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, aimed at modernizing regional agri-food systems and enhancing food and nutritional security for the security of the community. The current state of global food insecurity has underscored the importance of action in this area. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, has the potential to feed an ever-growing percentage of the world's population and to eliminate hunger within our midst. We must work to achieve these goals. In all of these endeavors, the value of partnership cannot be overemphasized. Guyana stands ready to forge new partnerships with our continental neighbors and to be a bridge to the countries of the Caribbean. Excellencies, as a final point, I must draw attention to the existential crisis that is being caused by climate change, especially for small island developing states and low-lying coastal states such as my own. As the climate crisis deepens, action to limit global warming becomes even more urgent in the face of a closing window of opportunity to forestall its worst effects. The countries that will bear the brunt of its catastrophic impact are those that have contributed the least to its causes and yet cannot receive the adequate levels of support to respond to it. Government of Guyana continues to be a strong advocate for international climate action, and Guyana's development remains firmly anchored to a low-carbon trajectory. Our expanded low-carbon development strategy 2030 is an integration of Guyana's forest climate services with emerging global carbon markets, supporting economic transformation through cleaner, cheaper energy, investing in adaptation to climate change, and building resilience, while contributing to global efforts to combat climate change and biodiversity loss. To this end, the LCDS 2030 provides a plan for contributing to the financing of our mitigation and adaptation efforts to complement the international efforts required to scale up climate financing. Climate financing has become even more urgent now as we grapple with other challenges such as food security and rising fuel prices. Guyana will continue to support the call for a coordinated and nuanced approach at the international level in considering other forms of financing, such as grants or concessional loans, based on vulnerability and feasibility of projects. Our common challenges enjoin us to unity of purpose and resolve in the interests of our shared humanity. Excellencies, as I close, I wish to congratulate Your Excellency President Mario Abdo Benitez and your able team on your effective stewardship of the affairs of Mercosur during the first half of this year. And I take this opportunity also to wish His Excellency President Louis Lapá Hoy and the Oriental Republic of Uruguay every success as you assume the presidency. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Gracias.
Seguidamente tiene el uso de la
Now
palabra
the
la
microphone
ministra
is
de
for the
Relaciones
Minister
Exteriores
of
de la República de
Foreign
Chile,
Affairs of Chile,
Antonia
Antonia
Noguera.
Urejola Novela.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Un saludo muy especial para
Thank you,
usted,
President.
como también a los presidentes de los Estados partes y asociados del Mercosur, al primer
Good
ministro de
morning to
Guyana,
all of the
a los
presidents
ministros de
here,
Relaciones
the
Exteriores de los
the
Estados partes
representative of
y asociados del
Guyana,
Mercosur,
and all the state
delegados y
parties,
delegadas, invitados e
delegates,
invitadas
guests,
especiales.
special guests.
Me honra dirigirme a
It's an
ustedes,
honor
presidentes
for
y
me
líderes
to
de
talk
países
to
hermanos y
you,
vecinos,
all
en
countries,
representación del presidente de
and
Chile,
on behalf
Gabriel
of the
Boric Ford.
President of Chile,
Sin duda vivimos tiempos de
Boris
cambios en
Font.
América Latina y
We
queremos
are
reforzar nuestra
experiencing
presencia en
changes
las
in
instancias
Latin
más
America,
relevantes para la
and we
integración
want to be
regional.
part of the
Por eso mi
integration,
presencia hoy
the
aquí
regional
en
integration, and that's
representación
why
del
I'm here
presidente.
on behalf of my president.
Hace pocas semanas
A few
celebramos los
weeks
26
ago,
años de la
we
asociación de Chile al
celebrated
Mercosur.
26 years of
Existe un amplio
Chile
consenso
being a
en
partner
casi
of the
una unión
Mercosur. We have
exitosa
a
para nuestro
consensus
país.
that this was a
Mercosur
successful
es hoy
partnership.
día
The
nuestro cuarto
Mercosur
socio
is our
comercial
fourth
después de China, Estados Unidos y
trading
la Unión Europea.
partner after
Es el
China
principal destino de las inversiones
and-
externas de nuestro país
and the
y un mercado muy atractivo para las
European Union.
pequeñas y
This is
medianas
a
empresas
very important
exportadoras
market for
chilenas.
the small
Pero en
export
estos 26
companies from
años, nuestra
Chile.
asociación con el
And in these
Mercosur
last
no se ha
26
quedado
years,
solo en lo
our
económico.
partnership has not
Nuestra
only been in
interdependencia
trading
como
or
naciones
interdependencies
hermanas
as a
supera lo
brother
meramente
nations
comercial.
are above
Hemos
the
enfatizado a la par
commercial.
nuestra
We
asociación con el
have
Mercosur
emphasized
social,
our partnership
el Mercosur de
in the
los pueblos,
social,
de la salud,
in the people, in
educación,
the health,
turismo
in the
y también muy
education,
importante
and
el de la
in tourism,
integración fronteriza.
and the border
Desde una
integration.
perspectiva social,
From the
es
social
la iniciativa más
perspective, is the
avanzada para
most
construir
advanced
canales
initiative to
institucionales de
create
participación
institution
de
channels
actores
for
gubernamentales
participation,
junto al sector privado, tanto del sector
among
empresarial
the
como de la
private
sociedad
with the
civil.
government and the
Y como
civil
tal
society.
constituye en la práctica un espacio de concertación
And it's
política
a
de primera
political
magnitud para encarar muchos de los
consultation
desafíos
of first
sociales,
level to face
económicos,
the
climáticos que debemos enfrentar en la
challenges
actualidad.
on climate
Para el gobierno del presidente Gabriel
and
Boric,
social.
la integración regional,
For our
en
president, the
particular con
regional
América del Sur,
integration, especially
es
with
una
South
pilar
America,
de nuestra
is
política
a
exterior.
pillar
Una
in
integración que
our
otorgue similar peso
exterior
a las dimensiones
policy,
políticas, económicas, sociales y
so we
culturales.
can face
Una integración
or
independiente de
the
los signos
matter of
políticos,
economic,
ponga en el
social, and
centro las
human,
necesidades de
and that
las y
can
los
put in the
ciudadanos,
center the needs of the
especialmente aquellos
citizens,
de las regiones
especially those
fronterizas.
on the border.
Una integración que
An
aumente nuestro peso
integration that will
específico como
increase
países en
our
un
weight
mundo,
in
ya muchos lo han
countries,
señalado,
as
cada vez
many
más
have
cambiante,
said,
fragmentado y
even
desafiante.
every day more changing
En
and
su búsqueda por
challenging.
una mayor
In
integración de
the
nuestros
search of a
pueblos,
better integration
Chile
of our
continuará
people,
dándole la
Chile
mayor prioridad
will
a la
keep
integración
giving
física y
priority to
logística
the
en nuestra
physical
región,
and logistic
con especial
integration in the
énfasis en
region,
el proyecto
with
del corredor bioceánico
specific
Puerto
emphasis on the
Multiño, puertos del norte de Chile. Esta iniciativa,
road. This
impulsada por
initiative
Argentina,
that
Brasil,
was
Paraguay y
proposed
Chile,
by
es
Argentina,
clave
Brazil,
para
and
avanzar a
Chile,
un mayor
Paraguay.
acercamiento e integración
It's
física
key to
entre las cuencas del
go
Atlántico y del
forward with the
Pacífico.
integration
En
between
la misma
the two
línea, nos interesa
oceans,
mucho
Atlantic
progresar
and
en el proceso de
Pacific. We would
convergencia
like
entre
to
la Alianza del Pacífico y el Mercosur,
have an alliance
rubricado
with the
en la
Mercosur and the
Declaración de Puerto
Pacific
Vallarta y su
that
plan de
was
acción.
declared in the Puerto
Y respecto
Vallarta
del presente del
statement.
Mercosur, queremos, por supuesto,
And we
felicitar al
also want to
Paraguay
commend
por su activa
Paraguay
labor y
for
la
the
coordinación de los
work
distintos
and
grupos,
coordination of the
especialmente en estos
different
tiempos tan
groups,
complicados.
especially in this very
Vemos con
complicated
alegría
times.
que se han sucedido
We
las
see
reuniones de
with
ministros
joy
y
that we
ministras
have
y altas
these
autoridades en
meetings of
reuniones
higher authorities
especializadas,
and
con alta
ministers with
participación
a
de
high
distintos ministerios y
participation of the
servicios
different
chilenos.
ministers and also
Una muestra de
Chilean
ello y de
services.
cómo el trabajo conjunto
A
se
show
plasma en
of,
acciones
if you can
concretas
show,
es
a
la
show
firma
of
del
this
acuerdo
is
sobre
the
el reconocimiento
signing
mutuo
of the
de medidas de
agreement
protección para las
of
mujeres en
measures,
situación de violencia de
protection
género,
measures for
que nos
women
permitirá contar
that
en el
are
Mercosur y los
a
estados
victim of
asociados con un
violence,
instrumento para
and this
prevenir
will give
el
us
flagelo de la
all a
violencia
tool
de
to be
género en
able
la
to
región
combat this
y que pueda
scourge in
servir
the
de modelo
region, and
internacional
it
en
can be
esta
an
materia.
international model in
La
this matter.
prevención y el
The
combate al tráfico
prevention
de drogas, la migración ilegal,
and fight
la trata de
against
personas,
drug
el lavado de
traffic,
activos y el crimen
the
organizado son
trafficking in
temáticas
persons
que nos
and
exigen
organized crimes are
abordarlas con
topics
una
that
perspectiva
should be
regional. En tal sentido,
addressed
valoramos
in
las
a
discusiones y
regional
alcances
level.
acordados en la reciente reunión de
So
ministros
we
del Interior y
value
Seguridad del Mercosur.
the
Reiteramos la
meeting of the
importancia de las
Ministry
acciones
of
coordinadas y de la cooperación
Interior
entre organismos de
Executive
los
and also
estados
the
para hacer frente a
coordination
los desafíos
among the
comunes
member
que enfrenta
states
la
so they
región,
can face the
especialmente en un
common
momento de
challenges that the region are
desplazamientos sin
facing.
precedentes en nuestro continente. Tenemos que actuar
We have
juntos y
to act
juntas.
together.
Tenemos que
We
establecer una
have to
alianza
establish an
dispuesta a
alliance
potenciarse, a unificar criterios,
that will
a armonizar enfoques
unify,
regulatorios, a compartir
opinions, and
experiencias,
we had to
a
share
generar más
experiences, we
mecanismos
had to
comunes.
generate more common
No debemos
mechanisms.
perder de vista que
We
estamos
cannot
viviendo tiempos
stop
sin
seeing
precedentes,
that
tal
we
como lo
are
señalaba el
living
presidente
these
Fernández
times that are
en su
unique, just
reciente
as the
intervención,
President Fernández
de
was
inéditas
saying,
complejidades en que
that
se han
is very
superpuesto crisis de distinta índole, sanitaria,
complex. We have
climática,
crisis of
alimentaria,
climate, food,
energética, social y
health,
económica.
energy, and
Por tanto,
economy.
hoy más que
economy.
nunca tenemos la responsabilidad
So,
y la
more than ever,
obligación
we have
de
the responsibility
potenciar
and
nuestras
the
convergencias
obligation
y enfrentar los
to
desafíos
strengthen
de manera conjunta.
or
De
integration
otro
and
modo, si no
face
somos capaces de
the
articular respuestas comunes,
these
crecerá la
challenges
inestabilidad,
altogether.
la pobreza y la
Otherwise, we
desigualdad.
will see inequalities,
Podemos y
poverty.
debemos asumir compromisos más
So we
ambiciosos
had to
en materia de
commit
integración y
for more
coordinación
ambitious goals
ante las
when it comes
amenazas
to
globales y
coordination
regionales.
to face these
Creo no exagerar si digo
national
que estas
and
son unas
international
de las
and
principales
regional
preocupaciones y
threats. These
prioridades que
are one of
enfrentamos
the
las
main
democracias de la región y que
concerns
debemos
for all the
asumir con
democracies in the
rigurosidad y
region, and we
coordinación.
have to
En este
take
sentido, el llamado que nos
this
ha hecho el presidente de
with
Argentina en este foro
seriousness, and
nos
the
debe
call
convocar
that
a
the
todas y
President of
todos.
Argentina
Reafirmamos el compromiso de
may
nuestras
have to
instituciones de seguir apoyando desde nuestra
resonate
experiencia
on us,
y seguir
and
aprendiendo la
from our
trayectoria de
experience, we
nuestros
have to
socios en el
keep
Mercosur.
learning from our
Nos situamos en la
partners
perspectiva de
from
unir fuerzas y
Mercosur.
alcanzar cada
We
día
want to
mayores
join
niveles de convergencia,
forces
porque es
to
precisamente en comunidad
achieve
como podemos alcanzar mayores niveles
more
de dignidad para nuestros pueblos.
integration, and
La
so
crisis del
we can achieve
COVID-19 y las otras que han surgido en
dignity
el
for our
horizonte
peoples. All the crises
plantean
from
una
the
gran oportunidad para
COVID-19
nuestros
are
países
actually an
para
opportunity for
reformar y
countries
cambiar el
to
status
reform
quo para
and change the
llegar
status
no a la
quo,
antigua
to
normalidad
go
de
back
bajo
to,
crecimiento y
not to
tensiones
go back to
sociales,
the
sino una nueva normalidad
previous
de alto
normal,
crecimiento
but to
inclusivo
a
y
new
sostenible.
normal that is sustainable.
Estamos seguros de que el traspaso de la
And we are
presidencia pro
sure
tempore de
that
Paraguay
the
al
passing
Uruguay
of the
continuará con el seguimiento
temporary
adecuado de todas las
presidency from
acciones y
Paraguay
la
to
buena gestión
Uruguay will
realizadas.
continue being
Es muy importante la continuidad que el Mercosur
a
da a
good
tantos temas que nos
work. It's
unen y nos
important the
ocupan.
continuity that
Y Chile
Mercosur
no
gives
solo
to all
cumplirá
those
con los
topics, and
compromisos
Chile will not
establecidos,
only comply with all
también
the
haremos todo lo
commitments,
que esté a nuestro
but we will
alcance
also
para
do everything
fortalecer
that
esta
we can
instancia de
to strengthen
integración
the
que tan
integration
buenos frutos le ha dado a la
that has
región.
been so good
Ya
for
en
the region.
1984,
In
Augusto Roa Bastos
1984,
decía,
Augusto Roa
el proyecto
Bastos
de
used to say that
integración
the
del
integration
disperso mundo
project of
iberoamericano
the
sobre los
Ibero-American
denominadores
world,
comunes de identidad y
when it
destino,
comes to the
conceptos
identity
abstractos y
and the
discutibles en
abstract
sí mismos,
aspects that
si
can
no
be
funcionan en la
argued,
práctica,
if they don't work
es
in
una empresa
practice,
cada vez más urgente. Hoy
it's
podemos
urgent
reafirmar y
to
multiplicar esa
make them work.
urgencia.
We have to multiply
Tenemos que
this
hablar con
urgency.
una
We
sola
have to
voz.
talk with
De ello
one
depende en buena
voice.
medida que logremos proyectar
And
a
we
nuestra
have to be
región
able
con
to
autonomía
project our
política,
region
democracia
with
firme, derechos
firm
humanos y desarrollo
democracy,
sostenible.
human rights,
Muchas
and
gracias,
sustainable
presidente.
development. Thank you very much, President.
Muchas gracias, ministra. Seguidamente tiene el uso de la
Now,
palabra el ministro
the
de Relaciones
Minister of
Exteriores
Foreign
y
Affairs
Movilidad Humana de la
and
República de
Human
Ecuador.
Transportation from Ecuador has the microphone.
Muchísimas
Thank you
gracias,
very much,
presidente. Es un
President.
honor
It's an
saludar a
honor
todas y todos en representación
to
del
be
presidente
here,
Guillermo
and
Lasso
I
y a
give
nombre
my
de la
greetings on
República del
behalf of my
Ecuador
president
para
and
extender
in
el
the name of the
agradecimiento
Republic of
a la
Ecuador.
presidencia pro
I would like
tempore
to
de
present
Paraguay
my
bajo su
gratitude
mandato,
to the
estimado
temporary
presidente Abdo,
presidency
por la
of
convocatoria a esta
Paraguay.
cumbre.
Thank you for this
Un
organizing
saludo
the
también
summit.
a los presidentes
Also, my
Fernández,
greetings
Lacalle
to the
Pou, al
President
primer ministro de
Fernandez,
Guyana, a
Lacalle
los
Pou, the First
cancilleres de
Minister of
Brasil,
Guyana,
Chile,
the
Colombia,
presidents of
Bolivia,
Chile,
a la embajadora de
Bolivia,
Perú y a los
Colombia, the
representantes de
ambassador
todos los
from Peru, and
organismos
all the
acá
representatives
presentes.
of all the organizations that are
Reconocemos la
here. We
excelente
recognize
labor
the
llevada
excellent
adelante por Paraguay
work
para
that
cumplir un
Paraguay
ambicioso
carried
plan de
out
acción que nos
to
ha
comply
presentado
with
el
the
canciller
action
Arriola
plan
el día de hoy,
that
que ha abordado las
Chancellor
áreas de mayor
Arriola
interés
has
para nuestros
shown
países.
us today.
Hay que
We
fortalecer
had
la
to
agenda
strengthen
política de
the
Mercosur
political
y dedicar
agenda
la
of the
atención
Mercosur and
necesaria
dedicate
a
the
la
needed
promoción de las
attention to
cuestiones
the
relativas a
promotion
derechos humanos, pueblos y
of human
nacionalidades,
rights, people
justicia
and
y
nationalities,
violencia basada en
justice
género,
and
como lo
violence,
acaba de mencionar la
focus
canciller
on gender as the
Urreola.
Chancellor Arriola
En
just
este
mentioned.
punto, en
This
esta que
point,
será la última
and this
reunión
that
de
will
este
be the
foro con la
last
presencia de
meeting of
nuestra
this
querida
forum with
amiga
the
y
presence
canciller
of
Marta
our
Lucía
friend Marta
Ramírez, me
Lucía
gustaría
Ramírez from
resaltar
Colombia. I
todo
would
el
like to
trabajo, el
highlight all the
legado que ha
work
hecho
and the
ella
legacy
en esta
from
visión de
her
buscar la
work in
equidad de
this
género en
mission
la
of finding
región
equality,
y
gender
sobre
equality in the
todo
region,
hacerlo en
and
todos los
also
mecanismos de
to
integración
do it in
regional que
all
tiene
the mechanisms
América Latina.
that
Gracias,
we can
Marta
find in
Lucía,
Latin
por tu
America.
visión
Thank
y
you, Marta
acertada
Lucía,
preocupación
for
por
your
los temas
vision
de
and
género.
your
Para
concern
Ecuador,
for the
Mercosur es un
gender
mecanismo
issues.
que contribuye al desarrollo y en
Mercosur
este
for
sentido
Ecuador
aspiramos a
is
fortalecer
a
nuestra
mechanism
participación
that
a todo nivel.
encourage
Nuestro país quiere
development.
promover
Our
un
country wants to
relacionamiento
promote
internacional,
international
político,
relationship
económico,
in
comercial
the
y cultural
political,
sobre la base del
cultural
pragmatismo,
level
para reforzar
to
los vínculos con los
reinforce
socios
the
tradicionales, pero también
relationship
para
with the
ampliar
traditional
el gran
partners,
abanico
but
de
also to
oportunidades. Como país
widen
nos hemos
the
planteado una
opportunities.
política
As a
clara
country,
de
we have
atracción
put
de
a clear
inversiones. Estamos
opportunity of
propiciando por
investment,
ello la
and we
negociación de
are
tratados de
promoting
comercio
the
de manera bilateral con China,
trade
con Corea del
agreement with
Sur, con
China,
Canadá
South
y
Korea,
algunos otros
Canada,
países,
and
con el
other
objetivo
countries,
fundamental de
with
generar
the goal
mayores y
to
mejores
generate
oportunidades para
more
nuestros
and better
ciudadanos.
opportunities for our citizens.
El mundo camina hacia una
And the
regionalización de
world
la
is
producción debido a las
walking
disrupciones de
towards
las
a
cadenas de
regional
suministros de bienes e insumos provenientes del Asia,
integration,
agudizadas
considering the
con las
supply coming from
consecuencias del
Asia
comercio mundial de la guerra de Rusia contra
that
Ucrania.
has the conflict
Por ello
of
creemos que es
Russia
el
and
mejor momento
Ukraine.
para
So we
invertir
think
en el
it's the best
desarrollo de la
moment to
producción
invest
y
in
capacidades, inclusive a nivel de formación
and
del
also
recurso humano para lograr una
capabilities and
inserción
also human
efectiva de
resources so
estas
we can
cadenas de
have a
valor.
better
La
reinsertion
educación,
of this
especialmente
value
la
chain.
técnica, debe ser
Education
abordada
and
con la
technique
importancia
has
que
to be
tiene en la región.
addressed with the
Ya lo ha
importance
dicho
that
el
it has for the
presidente
region.
Fernández hace pocos
The
minutos,
President
pero
Fernández already
además
said a
hace
few minutes
pocas
ago,
semanas en
and
representación
a
de
few
CELAC en
weeks
el
in
marco de la reunión
as
del
a
G7.
representative of CELAC
Nosotros
in
juntos tenemos la
G7
posibilidad de
meeting,
ser
we
uno de los
all are
mayores
together
proveedores de alimentos del mundo. Lo hemos
can be one
discutido
of the
en el
bigger
marco de la
producers of
comunidad
food
andina alrededor de la
for the world
producción de granos andinos,
when
como
it
lo acaba
comes
de
to
mencionar el
the
canciller
grains in
boliviano.
the
Pero no se
Andean
trata de la CAN o
area,
Mercosur.
but it's not about
Necesitamos fortalecer a la región para darle al mundo lo que
or
necesita.
Mercosur. We had to
Debemos potenciar los ámbitos de infraestructura e
strengthen
innovación
the
en la región,
infrastructure
pero
in
sobre
the
todo, como lo
region,
acaba de mencionar el presidente
as
Fernández, en energía.
President Fernandez says, in
Debemos
energy.
seguir en la
We
ruta de
had
la
to
transición
follow
ecológica,
the
en la conservación de
ecological
nuestros océanos. Hace poco
road
apoyamos
and
a algunos de
conserving
nosotros en
of
Los Ángeles
oceans.
la
In
acertada
Los Angeles, we
declaración de
were
Chile propuesta por
supporting
el
the
presidente
declaration
Boric
of
sobre la
Chile
protección del Pacífico.
about
Pero ahora, a
protecting the
través de este gran
Pacific,
proyecto
but
que
through this big
nos
project
ha relatado el presidente
that
Abdo del
President
corredor biosánico
Abdo
del Mercosur,
has talked about,
también
the
debemos tener
bioceanic
una mirada
corridor, we
conjunta
have to
hacia el
have
otro océano.
a view to the
Es el
other
momento
ocean.
para
It
que
is
los
the
organismos
moment for
multilaterales,
all the
especialmente la CAF o el
multilateral
BID,
organism or
propongan
bodies
a
like
nuestra
the CAF
región los
and IDB
mecanismos de
can
compensación económica
provide
adecuados,
or
sea
to
con
our
bonos
countries
azules, bonos verdes, por el rol que tiene
the
nuestra región
the
en la
funding
preservación ambiental
or
global.
indemnification
La
for what
coyuntura
we
actual nos
provide for
aboca
the
a
world
profundizar la
as a
cooperación y la coordinación de
green
acciones.
um,
Agradecemos, por
plan.
ejemplo, a Bolivia por
We
ofrecer
appreciate
urgentemente URI a
Bolivia
nuestro país en
for
esta crisis.
providing urea to our country during this
Agradecemos a
crisis.
Uruguay por
We
trasladarnos su gran
appreciate
experiencia en
Uruguay for
focalización de
giving
subsidios a
us
combustibles para
their
nuestro
experience
proceso actual de diálogo
in
social con los
fuel so we
grupos
can
sociales e
dialogue
indígenas de
with
nuestro
our
país.
indigenous in our
Agradecemos
country.
a Paraguay y a
We thanks
Brasil por su
Paraguay and
apoyo en
Brazil
las
for the
políticas
support in
regionales
the
de lucha
regional
contra las
policies
estructuras
against
criminales
the
transnacionales,
transnational
flagelo que
crime
impacta
organizations.
en
That's a
todos nuestros
scourge that is
países
impacting all of
sin
our
importar la
countries,
ideología.
no matter
Por
the
esto es
ideology.
importante esta
Ideology.
diplomacia multilateral y especialmente de los
This is why it is
mecanismos
important,
de
these
integración, pues ahora
multilateral
más que nunca son
and
el pilar
international
fundamental de
mechanism,
nuestro crecimiento.
because they are key for our
Como lo dijo la
growth.
canciller colombiana,
As the
es
Colombian
necesario además
chancellor
que las
said,
medidas
it's
dirigidas a
needed that the
mitigar
measure
sus efectos
that
pongan especial
are
atención a la
addressing
situación de las mujeres. Las
these
respuestas
issues
deben
can
ser
also focus on
integrales y
women.
generadoras en
This should be
condiciones
integrative
equitativas,
and
teniendo en
generator
cuenta
of
las desigualdades
equality,
preexistentes en los emprendimientos de mujeres,
considering
así
the
como la desventaja en el
inequalities and the
desempeño de tareas que se
disadvantage
realizan sin paga y sin
of
reconocimiento
women
social.
working without any
Este es
pay.
un flagelo
This
que
is
se
a
profundiza
scourge
aún más en
that
los países que hemos recibido
goes
altas
deeper
tasas de migración
from
desde
countries
el
that
año
have a huge
2018.
percentage
Al
of
tiempo que enfrentamos
migration.
la situación del
At the
sector
same
externo,
time that we
es
are facing
preciso redoblar
the
esfuerzos por atender las más
international
urgentes
shocks, we
necesidades
have
de la
to
población,
respond to the
particularmente de
most
las zonas
urgent
rurales
needs
que
of our population,
diariamente han
especially the
visto
rural
decrecer su
area that have
producción
been
e
seeing
ingresos por
their
efectos del
incomes
alza de
and production
combustible y
has
la inflación.
been decreased due
El
to
Ecuador
inflation and
acaba de enfrentar una serie de
the price
protestas que
increase in
llevaron a la
gas.
paralización del país por más de 18 días. Aunque nos preocupa el alto grado de
We are
infiltración de
worried
sectores
about
violentos en
the
dichas
violent
manifestaciones,
sectors that might
no
be
podemos sino
showing up
reconocer
in
que los
demonstration. We had
campesinos,
to recognize
tradicionalmente
that the
marginados, son
farmers
quienes más han sufrido
are
las
the ones that
consecuencias
have
de la actual
suffered the
coyuntura
most
y
of
reclaman
the
un cambio en
current
sus condiciones de
circumstances
vida y
and
trabajo.
context, and they demand
El
a
gobierno
change in
del
their
Ecuador está
living
dispuesto y
conditions. The
seguirá
government of
trabajando para
Ecuador
encontrar
is
soluciones
willing
a
and
los
will keep
problemas de
working
las
in
mayorías,
finding solutions
con la
for these
convicción de
problems
que es
with the
esencial
conviction that
vincular
it's
a
key
todos los
to
sectores en la
involve all the
propuesta de cambio,
sectors in the
pero
change
siempre
proposal,
alertando que
but
hay en
always
todos nuestros países
knowing
quienes
that in
aprovechan
all
estas
countries
legítimas causas
that
para
know about
desestabilizar la
these
democracia
causes
o
and they
hacer
use
simple
it to
politiquería.
destabilize
Finalmente
the
quisiera saludar al
democracy.
presidente
We will
Lacalle
have this
Pou en nombre del presidente
I would
Lasso
like to
y expresar
congratulate
a la
Luis
presidencia
Lacalle
de Uruguay
Pou
los
and
mejores
express
deseos de éxito durante su gestión.
most successes,
Reitero
wish
nuestra
most successes
predisposición para trabajar en los
to
temas
the new
sustantivos de
presidency.
interés de este bloque y nuestro
We will
compromiso de
continue to
continuar
work
apoyando su plan de trabajo y
and
actividades.
support
Muchísimas
the
gracias.
work plan and activity plan. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministro.
Thank you, Minister.
Seguidamente tiene el uso de la palabra el gerente
mic
regional sur del
It's
Banco
for the
de Desarrollo para América
IDB,
Latina, CAF.
and
Apreciado Jorge Sur, espero
no,
que nos
it's from
traiga
the
buenas
CAF.
noticias.
It's, my dear President Fernandez, I want you to know that the feasibility study for the bridge among our two countries, I hope the CAF can say that it's okay to go home. Mr. President of Paraguay, Mario Abdo Benitez, uh, President of Argentina, and President from Uruguay, Chancellor from Brazil, Mr. Chancellor from Bolivia, First Minister from Guyana, Vice President and Chancellor from Colombia, ministers of the state parties and partner countries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank on behalf of the CAF Executive President Granados the invitation to be part of this meeting. Congratulate the President of Mario Aldo Benitez for the results and wish good luck to La Calle President on this new presidency. CAF for the development of Latin America has been from its founding the Bank of Regional Integration. We have dreamt like this, we have grown like this. This is the reason of why we are here. That's our destiny. Where our people join for sustainable development, CAF is there to be a strategic partner, financing and also technical partner. Mercosur is a key protagonist of this story. It was March of this year that here in Asunción, the same city in which 3 years ago, the 3 decades that the Treaty of the Mercosur was signed, when all of the member countries approve the biggest capitalization of CAF. We're not going to tell you what we have achieved, but what we have done, thanks to your trust, to strengthen the patrimonial power to double the investment from here to 2030. We can be the green bank of the inclusive regional integration that our countries wish. As a first global impact, the credit scoring have raised our rating, so we will be able to widen our offer and make our loans cheaper, not in a global government level only, but also in a private level, in the middle of a global crisis that impact the region, not only with more pain, but also with more uncertainties. There is something certain for all of us, that joining to answer the crisis was the best way to get out of a labyrinth, to live together and above. Thank you for your trust and your leadership, Mr. President. From that meeting in March in Asunción, the good news have multiplied. We have new partners like El Salvador and Honduras, other increase in the membership like Costa Rica. We hope that soon Guyana and other countries for the Caribbean can join to this huge growth of CAF in the region, and we take the challenge of climate change that the First Minister just mentioned. But I also would like to highlight a historical fact, and you all have a lot to do with this. We just came back from Panama with our finance minister, Oscar Llamosas, that is today our president and the board, with a huge joy to have been approved the incorporation of Chile as a full member of CAF. The Republic of Chile that founded our institution has abandoned it in 1977, and with the democracy they came back as a shareholder. Now they are full member of our institution. It was thanks to the firm decision of the new president, Gabriel Boric, with an unanimous agreement but also thanks to the logistic and support of all the member states of CAF, especially the ones here in the meeting. So thank you, Presidents, for your vote and for your support in a record time. In December of 2020, when Mercosur was meeting in Montevideo, in 2022, they meet in Montevideo, we will be there already. We hope we can celebrate with you subscribing a memorandum of agreement between CAF and the Mercosur, the draft you already have it on your hand in your hands. Our cooperation as a strategic matter from the CELAC with President CELAC, it's there. It's also ongoing thanks to your trust. We have new tasks to give support and finance to the CELAC activities. Also, from this workshop of Panama, we approved $808 million on projects from the Mercosur countries, and also that were approved for our other members. Bolivia needed 400 million that will just grant them before the meeting with the support of all the neighbors. We arrive before and soon because that's our origin. We have to be a bank that not only take care of the accounts but also, or before that, take care of all the needs of their members and friends. Since we support development, clean energy, food security, energy, the urban development, employment from a gender perspective, we have also have the purpose to be the bank of the integration. In the south region of CAF that I coordinate from Asunción, now it's compounded by Brazil, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Chile. By the end of 2021, we have a portfolio of $12 million in 440 operations that represents the 40% of all the CAF operations. From 2015, that portfolio has been increasing in a 7% per year. Just here in Paraguay, it has grown 4 times in the last 5 years. And you can see it in amazing works that has to do with infrastructure and also energy. I will highlight you the access on Paraná between the tribe border that benefits Paraguay and the integration with Argentina and Brazil. Road number 9 in Paraguay that integrate all the north with Bolivia and Chile. We are working with all the governments so the bioceanic corridor can be a reality. And also there are several studies of pre-investments that are not reimbursable for integration projects like the train rail and the highway between Brazil and Uruguay that are under studies. We have bridges that will increase the integration between Argentina and Paraguay and Argentina and Uruguay, like the Puerto Cano, Puerto Pilar, and Monte Casero. They are under studies and pre-investment with no reimbursement that will cost nothing to your countries. The regional infrastructure and connectivity problem that the Argentina and Chile has, the project Humboldt in Chile that has an impact in all the region, and many others that for a matter of time, I cannot detail, but like the popular houses in Maldonado, biodiversity, cities in Brazil, works in Bolivia. They are all part of the strategy that we are focusing on the region. We also have a very successful story in Uruguay that we want to reproduce in the rest of the countries. So the private saving in the long term can increase and not only adapt in order to finance the infrastructure and development of trading in our country. I finished, Mr. President. The border, the security, climate change, green hydrogen, logistics, oceans, as you are requesting, are part of a big project of regional integration in which we are cooperating with the Mercosur with your support and with your leadership. The CAF agenda are made by our president, our countries. That's our mission. We are going to keep there, and that will be our destiny. If Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile join together to be part of the World Cup 2030, will be your strategic partners to transform that dream into an opportunity to accelerate the regional integration and to achieve the development of the SDGs for 2030, to what all the countries have committed to. Better connectivity, digitalization, and other matters are a challenge that can motivate us to develop together as a region and be able to be not only ones of the more developed, but also green and sustainable. Augusto Rua Bastos used to say, I ride so the fear of death can join the fear of life. The Mercosur has maybe at this so special moment a challenge, similar challenge, that the fear of losing what have built can be moved to the fear of taking on the challenge to build a common exit towards the future. Mr. President, this is the story of bravery and unity that as leaders you have to write, and CAF humbly would like to join you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have listened to the last speaker. Following, I will put into consideration the statement of the state parties of the Mercosur and the partner countries and the special statements about recovery in economy, regional and food security and agriculture production, sustainable production. With no objections, we adopt this statement and document. Mr. President, following, I will proceed to transfer the chairmanship to Luis Lacayo Pou, the President of Uruguay. Officially, my dear President, okay, we close. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much.